Hot dog, we're live again, picking up where I left off. So we're gonna zoom in here, get that app open, not my greasy fingerprints. Hot dog. Okay, everyone with me on this screen here? Super. I'm gonna open up the stream on my other device so I can monitor the old chat. The old chat. Okay. Bam. What's going on here? You go back, view channel, live. Okay. We are on the chat. Welcome back. Okay, so we were talking about, before we had that interruption, sorry about that. I play things just kind of real. It's just kind of what, you know, you're you're part of what my schedule is. So thanks for being patient on that. All right, so we were talking about pitch and where to decide where to put, you know, the pitch of the piano. And I was talking about how here seasonally I'll make different decisions based on what season it is, right? So I know, let's say it's June and the piano is at 442. I'm not going to leave there. I might bump it down knowing that by August it's going to be 8 cents higher than that. And I want to kind of keep it between 440 and 442. That's my thing. Now when we tune at the symphony, it's really handy to know where the last tuner tuned. And usually what we try and do is say, okay, where is the piano right now, and tune it to that. Now that's really handy with a fork sometimes. I can tell, you know, where it is, or I can just reset, or I can just go from A wherever that is, and that kind of helps me average things out. Well, this has a program, okay, that can help you optimize what pitch. If your piano's already close, you know, within 8 cents or so, and you just want to know what pitch is going to cause me to have to move the pins and strings around the least, okay, for stability reasons, right? We want lots of stability, don't we, when we tune, and that's going to help stability is if we don't have to move things very far, okay? So I'll show you in a moment that that'll help us. Now I'm going to choose, let's just say I didn't know better, and I didn't know where this piano was, and so 440 is the default, but I can get back into this little mini app within the app and do some cool things. Okay, so I'm going to create that file. This is the awesome 1930D test. Okay, now look, before I start tuning, I've got to measure the inharmonicity. So we're going to do that fresh. You can look the keyboard, you're like, oh, I can't see the whole keyboard. Well, now you can, but maybe you're like me and you're blind and you're like, well, I want it bigger. So you can pinch, and look at this. I mean, look at that. There, now it's within the width of my finger. I can practically play the piano. That's kind of fun. Okay, anyway, but we're just going to go, I'll keep it big for now, or I can just scale it to where it's just going to fit the screen. The whole keyboard's on the screen. You might want that view. It's easy enough to do. You just grab the keyboard, pinch, or pinch out. Okay, now we're going to measure the inharmonicity. So I'm not going to talk during this part. I'm just going to play each note, right? I'm going to play each note till it turns green. And inharmonicity, if you don't know what inharmonicity is, what it is this, okay? Oh, I need a piece of paper. Let me grab a piece of paper, all right? That'll help illustrate this. Okay. I am just up here grabbing a little sheet of paper that we can work with. I do have a whiteboard, but it's huge and I don't have it out of the hot room. We've got our hot room for drying pianos, drying soundboards, and the whiteboard's in there currently. I will move that later, but anyway, so inharmonicity, okay? And I'm going to show this on the tuner as well. Let's take a note. Let's take a note where it's really easy. Let's say C3. Okay, here's C3 right here. C3. Okay, you have the overtone series, right? And a lot of you are like, yeah, I know what that is. But a lot of people might not know what that is if you're just learning how to tune, and that's fine. We talked about it a lot in theory in college, in composition. We talked about the overtone series a lot because it has so much to do with how notes, pitches, harmonies interact with each other, where different frequencies line up and can kind of amplify sound and energy and create motion within the music. It makes it interesting. So, you know the whole thing, like we got a sine wave, right? And kind of, right? That's kind of a sine wave. And so if this is the C3 string right here, it vibrates. It vibrates as a whole, right? So here I'm going to draw it as like a whole, right? And then there's a big wave right there, right? And it continues this way. So the whole string, if this were the ends, vibrates, right? And that's the frequency where C3 is. I don't know exactly right off where that is. Somewhere, I don't know. But, lower than 200, okay, I think. So anyway, so that's what frequency we're hearing a tone, okay? Then it also vibrates in half like this, okay? And then like in thirds, okay? I don't know if I can draw that very well, but, and fourths and so on, the pieces of the string themselves in between create also a tone. So we have a tone at C3. The next one's at C4, okay? Well, I hit something special there on my iPad. C4, okay, that's an octave above. And we call this, we name these a thing. So we call these partials, okay? Because they're parts of that tone, right? So C3 is that's the first partial. C4 is the second partial of C3, okay? Then we go up to G4, we go up a fifth. So we go an octave and a fifth. It works out mathematically, right? The whole string vibrates, and a fifth is about half that, right? So this is the third partial. Then we get, sorry, I know it, but 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, then we go up to C5, right? Some of these things we know intuitively, and then we're like, what is that again? Okay, so we get a tone here, 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 and then we go on from there. Then we get E5, right? E5 and G5. Then we get kind of a B flat 5, okay? And then it repeats again at C6. You hit the same pitch class there at C6. So we have tones like that. So the overtone series produces tones, like so. And it gets infinitely half and half and half and half, right? So the lower of these we hear in the tone. Okay, I'm going to show that. I'm going to prove that on the AccuTuner for fun. Let's put this fire this AccuTuner up just for fun here. Let's see. I'm going to make sure you can see the display fine. I like to use the AccuTuner. It's one of the pioneers, right, of like really good tuning. It's the pioneer probably of good tuning software. Okay, so let's go to C3. Now, right now, this machine is not, we're explaining what inharmonicity is, right? So that's where we're going to get to in a minute. But, so here we have C3, okay? Now, this piano is not necessarily tuned to anything in particular, so we're going to zero this out. And I'm going to just mute this off to one string. Okay. So we're going to set a new 0 just so we can kind of see what things are, right? Okay, I'm going to just go ahead and offset the machine to that. Okay, so that's our new 0, okay? Doesn't matter if it's in tune or whatever. Okay, now look, I'm going to play C3, that string again, but I'm going to have the machine listen to C4, this tone. It's picking up a display. Watch. Let's see, if I set the machine to G3. Some people are like, oh, let's see what happens. Nothing. It's not picking up any signal of you, right? It's like trying to find something, right? It's like I don't know what you're doing there because there's nothing there. But on C4, there's a definite tone that's produced by that string. Okay. Now we're going to go to G4, right? G4 is the next partial. That's the third partial of C3. Okay. G4, but I'm playing C3. How am I getting a G4 out of that string? Now, some of you are like, well, we know this basic theory, but I just wanted to go over it. Then I don't feel like I have to. Anyway, I just wanted to go over it a little bit. Okay, then we're going to get a tone also at C5. What about D? Nope, nothing. D sharp? Nope. Ah, E, we get something stronger. Okay, what about F sharp? No. What about G? Bam, we get one. G sharp? No, not really. It's just, it's reading it as like way flat. Okay, we still don't have anything. Okay, right. A flat 5. That one. Then we get a tone there. Okay. Let's see here. I'm just going to slow that down. Okay, anyway. So let's go back to C3. Now what I'm showing you about inharmonicity is that the harmonic series in math, right, says that if C is X frequency, then the frequency of C4, an octave above, is twice that, 2x, right? And so on and so forth. And they're perfectly multiples of 2, okay, as you go. So, but on a piano, because the wire is so stiff, it can't be like loosey, like a nice, it can't produce just a nice, pretty, smooth sine wave, like a violin or something like that. Because it's a stiff string and it's really it's stretched really at tension. Okay, so you get some weird properties. All right, and it skews the harmonics of that tone. So if this is zeroed out at C3, and then we're going to go up to the next partial of C3. Check this. Oh. By the way, interject your questions. Interject your questions, comments, if there are any, okay? Okay, but C3, let's say this is, let me re-zero that out because the AC is going crazy. And look, I've already gone up almost a cent just cooling off the string. And I swear, that's temperature that's doing that, okay? Anyway, we're re-zeroed out, okay? Now C4, we would expect that if I play C3, we were at 0 before, C4 should be, there shouldn't be any deviation there. It should like be, the lights should be still. Lo and behold, they're not. They're rotating sharp, okay? So look right here for C3, there's some inharmonicity. It's not harmonic. It does not follow harmonic series. It's inharmonic, I-N, okay? Piano Tech Maggie on YouTube. Piano Tech Maggie has a series of theory for tuners. She goes so into detail, so thoroughly, so well. You know, I would never hope to do it better than she's already done it. Look at her series. Anyway, though, the inharmonicity, we're about, so that second partial of C3 is about 1.2 cents sharper than what the harmonic series would be. Let's see the next one for fun, just for fun. We'll go up to G4, okay. Sharper yet, right? Again, if it followed the harmonic series, this number would read 0. It doesn't. It reads 3.6, 3.7 cents sharp, 3.6. 3.6 cents sharp. 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 Going with 3.6, okay? Let's go up to C5, okay? Okay, this is not quite as sharp as the, what partial are we on? G4 was the third partial, C5 is the fourth, right? Because it's the double octave. Okay, so it's not quite as sharp as the last partial, but it's still sharp, you see? It just gets all messed up with inharmonicity, okay? And mathematically, there's a reason, right? And which some really nerdy math, which some people understand really brilliantly. Okay, now I'm gonna go up to E5. That one's actually, look, is it 0? Is that what's going on here? Is it pure? Like, does it follow the harmonic series? No, it doesn't. In fact, this one is skewed, right? Because actually half of that frequency, with equal temperament, with half that doubling that frequency doesn't actually produce what we want there. So anyway, what I'm saying with that is that the inharmonicity causes this E, right? If my understanding is right, which it's not, I'm sure it could be tweaked. Feel free to tweak my understanding in the comments if you know more than I do. Okay, E5 minus 10, okay? Let's go up to G5, which is the next partial. And what do we have? It's a sharper one, again. Okay, it's even sharper. Now what happens to the next partial, which is the seventh partial, which can be really loud sometimes, and which is, oh look, you can hear it ring. Watch, I can just take the damper off of C3. I'm pushing the key down silently. The damper is raised back here, and then I'm going to play this note. And you hear it just amplified through the piano. It's the C3 string that's vibrating like that and giving us that tone. It's being excited by this upper B flat, but that upper B flat is now damped and the other one's singing. Anyway, let's see what the number readout is. That one's a really flat one, okay? Anyway, you wonder why we use dominant seventh chords so much in theory, why they so strongly pull one way or another. Well, it's part of the harmonic series, okay? Why do we love major triads? Why do we love thirds, fifths? Because a single tone has all those notes in it. It's a dominant seventh chord. Spread out, right? Seven, sort of. You know, and the numbers don't line up totally, but anyway. So this is showing us that from that string we're getting all those tones. How about from C6? This one should be sharp, I think. Okay, I biffed up the numbers there. Let me just go manually here one by one. It is sharp again. Right, so the seventh partial is pretty flat on a piano. I don't know much about how the overtone series behaves, how it works out on an instrument without inharmonicity. I'm so much into the piano. I'm sure someone could add to that. Now, okay. There's some great comments here that Hammond Brass is putting in. So inharmonicity, it is a weird thing. But anyway, here's that sixth partial. It repeats again, right? And then we can go to the ninth. And the ninth partial is quite sharp. So anyway, if we want these notes to be in tune, so if we're tuning the C3 and C and G and C and E and G and B flat, don't match with the partials that are coming out of this string, it's going to sound out of tune, right? Like majorly. So that's what we're doing when we're talking about the partials. Now, let me just tell you with octaves, okay? We're talking about different kinds of octaves when we tune, because sometimes these partials are louder or quieter in a note. and they kind of dance around, right? They kind of change in volume, just like we hear. Now, we call octaves, we use the partial numbers to name the type of octave it is, okay? So we're going to do like, so what's the basic octave, right? 8 notes apart. That's going to be the second partial of one note, okay, with the first partial, we say the higher one first, with the first partial of another note. So for instance, this could be C4, and then this one is C3, okay? So here I'm going to play C3, and I'm going to play C4, and we want C4, the fundamental, we want the first partial of C4. Wait, I'm sorry, this is backwards. I'm very sorry for that. I do know what I'm talking about. It's just, you know, putting it into words is another story, right? And presenting it on the fly. Okay, so C3, the second partial of C3 is C4, right? And the first partial of C4 is C4. Okay, so when we talk about a 2-1 octave, we've got the partials of C3 here, 1, 2, and then this is the first one of 1. So that's where we're lining up and we're tuning. We call it a coincident partial, where we've got 2 tones at that same pitch level or that same frequency, right? And how they're tuned together. Okay. The next octave that we can make is a double octave. This is a single octave. The next octave we can make is a double octave, and the partial numbers line up as 4, 2. Okay. So it would be the fourth partial of C3 is not C4, but C5, okay? That's the next place that the partials of C3 are going to hit another octave, okay? Sorry. So but what we're talking about here, I'm sorry, I'm really butchering this. Okay, C4 is, okay, the second partial of C4 is C5, right? So we're listening up here, okay, in this realm. The second partial of C4 is C5. The fourth partial of C3 is C5. So that's where it coincides. That's where we're listening, but we're playing C3 and C4 together. So it's still a single octave, right? But we're listening one coincident partial up from that, okay? And as you saw on this machine, when we measured the inharmonicity, like, okay, let's zero it out. Okay, just about there. Okay, it's virtually zeroed out, just about. Okay, so here we got C3, everything's zeroed out. Now, we're listening at C5, so I'm going to set the machine to C5, okay? But when I play C3, no, I'm going to go back to C3. Okay, C3. Now I'm going to go to, if I play, sorry, the pitch is moving on us for sure. And it's going to go back up in a second once the air cools down from the AC again. Anyway, okay, if I go to C4, right, on the machine, but I'm playing C3, let's measure what that second partial is, right? It's a little bit sharp, just a little bit. I think we said 1.2, right? So if we tune this C4 to this C3, and we want a 2-1 octave, right? This C4, the first partial of C4 is going to have to be 1.2 cents sharp in order to match perfectly right there with the second partial of C3. Okay, but look, so the second partial of a note is this sharp, but what's the third partial or fourth partial of a note? Okay, which is C5 in this case. It's more sharp. So where I'm getting at is if I want to match it's a little more sharp, okay? So if I want to tune this C4, you know, so it matches that, and I'm looking at the 4-2 coincident partial instead of the 2-1, it's got to be a wider octave, okay? So anyway, we're going to call the different kinds of octaves. A 6-3 octave, so the ones you hear most are in tuning is 2-1, 4-2, 6-3. Okay, what's the sixth partial of C3? You're right, it's G5, okay? So we're listening to G5. We're listening to G5 here. I don't know how to draw an ear. How can you draw an ear? That's what we're listening to. And we're playing C3 and C4, but we're listening to the coincident partial at that pitch level at G5, which is the sixth partial of C3 and the third partial of C4. Okay? If we want to match that up, let's see what that, just for fun. Remember, I've got C3 I got C3 zeroed out. I'm going to go to G5. So if I want to match the fundamental of G5, if I want to match the first partial of G5 with C3, let's say, I've got to tune that, how sharp? 6 something cents sharp. It's even more sharp, okay? So certain areas of the piano will sound better when we tune to match up all these different octaves as close as we can, right? Because we don't want one beating really crazy. We don't want one way out of tune and one pure and one way out of tune. We want to match them as close as we can, okay? And when we tune by ear, it kind of does that automatically, all right? So anyway, let me check the chat. See, and Hammond Brass is discussing a little bit about this. So this is a little bit of tuning theory that you may already know. And don't worry, I'm gonna scrap this now. We'll get on to the good stuff. But when I'm talking about the 2-1 octave, the 4-2 octave, the 6-3 octave, I'm talking about where those coincident partials are, right? Okay, so try and visualize that if you can, and we can visualize that with the app really nicely. So if I go to, if I fire up the old software again, first we're going to measure the inharmonicity. Before I get ahead of myself, right? Let me make sure the camera is where we want it to be, so you can see. Okay. All right, we're just going to measure the inharmonicity. I showed you how I can pinch that keyboard bigger or smaller. But we're going to scale it to the whole thing so we can just see our progress. So I'm just going to click measure inharmonicity. All right, I've been talking, I crashed the app. Look what I did. I biffed it up, but it works great. Okay, here we go. We're on this thing here. From those first two notes, let me pause here. From those first two notes, there's a pause button if you want to pause your measurements and talk to your people that are on the camera. From the first two notes, bam, it's saying, I think the inharmonicity is going to follow this predictable pattern. Okay, we'll continue and see what happens. I'm pausing it for a second. There's some outliers here, right? So this yellow line is saying, but look, here is, there's pitch. I can swipe, look at this. So this is the inharmonicity. It's saying, okay, how sharp are those partials and flat, and where are they with all the different notes? Okay, how much inharmonicity is there? And then I can swipe down and I can see like, oh, where is the pitch? Okay. If this, like this ideal tuning curve, where is the pitch in relation to that? Anyway, I'm going to keep measuring though. We'll talk about that more. I didn't play that one long enough, so it told me. Did you see the curve tweak all of a sudden? It readjusts. The more information it gets, it readjusts those numbers of those inharmonicity, so to be more accurate to what the piano's doing. I'll carry on. One of the things I love about this, you don't need your unisons perfectly in tune, and it's kind of taking an average of all three strings at the same time, which can probably help your tuning be more accurate. For people who say, I want to listen to all three strings, like I want to take that into account in my tuning, which I can do aurally kind of if I've tuned all the unisons of one and then tune off of that. You can kind of get the same effect that way with this. Now, on this, you can play as few notes as you want. You don't have to like measure each note. It's just, look, inharmonicity in the bass is like on this piano is all over the place, right? Up here it gets really predictable, and you could just stop there. You could just say, I'm done, and I want it to calculate a tuning curve based on the information that I put in. You could play every octave. You could play a triads up the scale. You can do whatever you want, but the more information it has, the more you can get a tuning that's appropriate to that specific piano and kind of custom tailored to it, which I really like. Okay, I forgot what octave we were in. I played a note back. That's fine too. You can remeasure notes if you want. If you're like, I'm not sure about this D. Let's see about that. Oh, look, it changed it. So if you're like, I think that was the customer's cat or something, or child, because I don't believe that. But it's, so you could recheck something if you wanted. But anyway, I'm going to move on from E flat 6 and going up. I'm going to give it every single note on this piano. Okay, the notes were gray when I was playing, and now these notes on the 8th octave aren't gray. And it's saying like you're like, wait, but I wanted to measure the inharmonicity of those notes. Well, any of those notes already match up with something lower. It's already measured the partials of those lower notes that match up with those notes. That's all it needs in order to be able to do a good tuning up here, okay, according to the theory. But I think you can still play above that if you want. Let's see. No, it's saying, look, you don't need to measure notes above C7 because we don't need that information. It's going to do nothing for your tuning. Okay, we're going to hit done. Then it goes to the display of your general tuning, and you can tune in any order. It's already calculated a tuning curve. Look, you can check this out, customize toolbar. I took all these icons for these different little gadgets and charts and things that help me know what I want to do, and I can take them off the toolbar if I want. I can do nothing on the toolbar if I'm like just a real clean guy, you know, and you just like that. So, but anyway, one thing I've learned, where it says instrument, that's kind of like he's treating that as like the developer as this is the instrument you're working on. This is the instrument file. Okay, we've created an instrument in this thing, and it has this tuning curve and these properties. So anything that has to do with like the name, all that's in that menu. So we're going to do the instrument. We're going to do the inharmonicity, since that's kind of the next thing and you can put them in any order you want. I'm going to take the tuning curve. I'm going to put it here, and you can be as simple or as complex as you want. Okay, for my purpose, I'm going to put settings here. I'm going to put the, I just kind of loaded up everything up here. Like I'm likely to do a pitch raise on most pianos. I want to maybe mess with my thing there, I'll tell you about in a minute. Indicator. I just wanted it all up here so I could play with it just about, right? Partials. I'll show you that in a minute. Pitch. Okay, done. I can't remember what pitch was. We'll play with that later, but I haven't read everything in the manual, right? But, okay. There we go. Okay. So basically, if I tap that, it takes away my scale, but I want the scale. I can grab the scale and I can pinch it so it's less fussy, right? I can pinch it, I can zoom it in so that there's more resolution. And I've set some settings on here that I think are good if you want to do a good tuning. Okay, Hammond Brass is making a lot of good comments in the chat. They're obviously familiar with this software. But for what I'm going to demonstrate, I like a nice tight scale. We're going to do a real fine tuning on this piano, okay? Let's figure out what the pitch level is at, though. If I play A, it's reading, and I've set it to give me like a display that's like showing like everything, okay? All kinds of information. You can take that out if you want in the settings. You can have it not tell you those different things if you want. Okay, but I've got it kind of all reading that way. Anyway, okay, so first thing I did is I scaled in because I want a real accurate tuning. That's one of the things I've learned comparing my aural tunings to this, where there's discrepancies in my mind or to my ear as I played around with it. It's been within about a third or a fifth of a cent for the most part, unless like I was just dead wrong and the tuner was right. You know what I mean? Better at calculating what's going on. So these words are up here because my pitch is way up here. We'll fix that. So the pitch is way up here. Let's do that first, okay? So we're going to go under the instrument, because remember we set that concert pitch at the very beginning. So this is the file info and the basic settings. We're going to go to concert pitch. Okay, and we're going to say, we can tap this menu in here and we can say, what is the concert pitch? And play. It's saying right now the piano's at 443.73 hertz or 14.61 cents high. Now, an A in an equal temperament and tuned with the stretch that we do, since we usually assume A is the standard, A should be 0 cents deviation from the harmonic series. That's kind of our midpoint, okay? So we got, that's where the pitch is. So I could either say like, all right, it automatically set that 0 line to this, I believe. Yeah, so now it's saying, well, that's where the pitch is. So now everything's set to that standard. You can go ahead and tune there. But like I said, if you have a concert instrument and you want to say, let's go back to that menu of instrument, concert pitch, and you want to use this cool feature that says, I want to move things as little as possible. We're going to say optimize, okay, rather than measure. We can also reset to 440 with a button there. That's a piece of cake. Optimize. And if you haven't done the play each note thing, because when you played each note, it didn't only measure the inharmonicity, it also measured the pitch of each string, where it is right now. And you could even look at that, which is a tool in and of itself, you know, right after you measure. But anyway, we're not going there. Optimize the concert pitch. We're going to say, let's just make a new measurement. To determine the optimal concert pitch, we need an estimate of the current tuning. Please play the red marked notes for 1 second until they've turned green. He just does an A minor triad, but you don't have to. I'm going to play a random one, G sharp in there, B flat. It'll take that information into account too if you want. If you're like, I think this area of the piano is particularly flat, so I want to take that into account. I'm breaking the rules. I'm not following the pattern, but it's still going to give me an optimal concert pitch. But I'll go ahead and play the gray ones too. But you don't have to. They're just suggesting if you want a good survey of the pitch across the whole scale, do that. But you might be feeling major, you know, you might not be feeling minor that day, whatever, you know, like. Anyway, I can remeasure stuff. It's got all the information I need. I played way more notes than I needed to, right? I could play fewer notes if I'm in a hurry. I could play notes just around the tenor. I could play a few in here, and then where I know the pitch is going to change right at the beginning of the tenor or the struts, I could play that. Okay, done. It calculated for me what it thinks the optimal pitch is, which is 443 hertz. Done. Okay. Okay, we're going to tune the piano. So anyway, based on where all the pitches are, 443 is going to do the best thing. Now my AC is running right now. Okay, I'm going to back up the... Do I want to back up the camera? No, I want to keep the camera focused here. So my face isn't important right now. Yeah, and Hammond Brass is giving lots of good tips. If you have any questions, just ask Hammond Brass in the chat. Hammond Brass will you know, if you're like, what did he do, or what was that menu, or what's that thing, they can answer the question for you, people who have used the app. Okay, so let's start tuning. But what I was pointing out is my AC is pumping, pumping, pumping. I set it to go down here. I'm going to sacrifice, but let me. I just want to point something out. I'm going to tune the A4. And I'm going to show you a few of the settings that I tweaked to do this. One thing is, look, see this? I can make that disappear, right? But I can also go into settings, and I can go to my freeze indicator here. Let me go beyond that. Before I do that, on this indicator. So the indicator is this gray line, I believe, that shows up. and it's going to appear right at a particular moment according to when you set it. So you can take a snapshot of the pitch when you're tuning at that moment. That is key. So much of tuning, so much of how I tune, and when you've tuned for a long time, you may not realize it, but so much of how you tune is timing. It's timing. It's when we judge the pitch, and over how long, and we kind of average that out in our ear. So much of it is that, okay? Because the pitch is not like me. It's not like that, right? It's me, me. You know, average, right? That was the ugliest tone I could come up with for you. But let me get back to the screen here. But the timing is huge, okay? So what we're going to do that this app allows for is we're going to turn this free. Look, if I push this, it turned it off, okay? Now there's no gray line, whatever. But I'm going to do this. Not that. Oh, shoot, I accidentally closed the app. But that's all right. It opened right back where I was. Kept my settings and everything. Okay, look, there's a line through the freeze indicator saying now you turned it off, you dummy. Okay, so I'm going to push it, and it's going to be on. I keep missing it. There we go. All right, come on, friend. There it is. Fat fingers. It's there. It's under there. See? La there. Okay. Now what we're going to do is go to settings, and I'm going to go in here. Let's see. If I click, there's hidden menus within all of these things. Okay. Right now there's a feature called strobe, which I'm going to turn on because I like it. Let me show you. I also have it right here. If I go like this, lo and behold, I have these like faded lines. So these are just shortcuts, but I'm going to use the main menu for it. If there's hidden menus, I'm going to click in the field where it said the word instead of the arrow. Look, I can change the contrast of the strobe. Check it out. Very high. Wow, that's darker, right? Okay, let's go back here. It stays in the last setting menu that you went to, which I like. You could say medium, which I think is the default. That coloration down there, right? You could say, that's cool. Let's go back to that menu. You could say you want the contrast really low, okay? So the contrast between the color, the light color of your scale and the dark shadows. What else can we do with, by the way, I'm going to keep it low. I like it kind of subtle in the background. You can say, you can say, I want it to be a very sharp edge on those blocks. And that's going to give, the implications of that are, it's going to be less forgiving for you, okay? Remember, it looks like this is way out of tune, but remember, I scaled this in. This is only 2 cents out, okay, folks? Like, all this is all just like nudging a tuning hammer, and you can get anywhere pretty much on this scale. So just be mindful of that. Okay, I'm going to go, so we made those sharp edges. I like the soft edges on that, okay? We're going to go settings, soft. Now it's super like subtle. Wait, maybe I like medium. Maybe that's what it was. Medium, done. Bam, like that. I like medium, okay? It's a soft edge. It's not quite so unforgiving. I'm going to keep going on this. I'm going to try and calm down. I'm just like really excited about this. I'm going to try and calm down and chill out, and then I'll be able to like say some things that are maybe more sensible. Okay, I can say I want it to be slow. Let's go the opposite, see what that does. Let me fiddle around with a note so you can see how it acts. So I'm kind of moving the pitch before the shadows start to change direction. It's responding slower to the changes in pitch that I'm doing. All these things are helping you to tune faster and more accurately based on the way you time things and look at the display and process it in your mind, okay? All right, so anyway, I'm gonna do, let's go back to fast. I want it to respond to my hammer movements like really close to real time with less latency there with the display. Whee, okay. Anyway, so I'm gonna go to the other settings. There's other stuff. It's not over yet, folks. There's more. Okay, you could say 7.5 rotations equals a cent. All right, what I like to do to say like, okay, what's this gonna do? I'm gonna go to the extreme. I'm gonna run that down and see what it looks like. Basically, it's more forgiving, right? If I'm a cent sharp, it's only going like that much different. That could be nice for speed, I think, so that you don't like anally get caught in trying to make it perfect, but you might want to do that after you hear my whole presentation. Anyway, settings. Responsiveness fast, we did that. What we just changed though was the speed, right? And let's reset to the defaults because I don't remember what they were, but I liked them. There we go, now reset to the defaults, 7.5. Okay, threshold, none. The strobe appears only if the current pitch deviates from the target by less than the specified value. I haven't played with this one. Let's play with it a little bit. Let's say when it's within 2 cents, I would like to see the strobe, but only then. Okay. So let's go out of 2 cents. Let's say we're doing a kind of a pitch raise here. There, it appears. It's just kind of another confirmation of things. Okay, but we're not to the best parts yet. I'm going to take that. I'm going to go ahead and change that threshold. I like it, actually. I like to see it. I kind of like the strobe, actually, as more of a rough tuning thing. And then the fine tuning, I look at other stuff. When I've been playing it so far, anyway. I might change my mind, you know? It might just be that kind of a day. Okay, so I've got fast responsiveness. It mimics real time, kind of my pitch change better. But the contrast is low. It's nice and light and faded in the back. There's 5 blocks because before, when it was 2 blocks, I feel like I was going like my eyes couldn't like see everything at once. So I wanted to see those shadows closer to the middle where I'm to the action right here, right? I wanted to see them all in one snapshot. Maybe I don't have very good peripheral or something. Okay. Then I'm going to do, yes, let's go back. We've played with strobe all we can. Target. Large. I don't know what this is talking about yet. Let's see. Is it just this? I think it's this the text got bigger. Let's see. If I go small, text size. Yeah, it's just the sense. So I like it comfortable on the eyes. I don't know about you. I'm getting older. I want to see a large target, and I want it to tell me, let's say I want it to tell me hertz and cents. Ah, okay. So it's telling me what the target is, 221.17 hertz. Down here is telling me what the pitch actually is reading. Okay. The minus 2.55 cents, I believe that's the deviation from the harmonic series, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so it can tell you lots of information just by learning. If you're like, okay, I want to see like on this A here, how stretched is it flat of the harmonic series? How deviated is the target that I'm shooting for? Well, it's minus 3.67, okay? That can be a window as you're playing around with how the partials interact. But I'm just going to go sense. And honestly, I could just delete it. I actually don't look up there very much. But there's something comforting about having it there, so I'm just going to go sense. I just feel more comfortable having my target there. Okay, settings. So we played around with the target, and that target's referring to what frequency, what frequency are we shooting for, and what's the sense deviation from the harmonic series based on the curve that the tuning calculated. All right, we've messed with target. Fast beat tolerance. Ooh. Influences the pitch display in the high treble for strings with false beats, as well as in instances of undamped strings or duplex. There's my duplex sound. It's very magical. So basically it's saying like you can help the machine ignore the anomalies in the sound that especially can occur when you're trying to tune the dang treble and you're like, this is hard. Okay, we'll play with that later. Let's go to the indicator. Okay, oh, what happens if we just take this off? Well, now all we have is the target. It's just bringing a focus to what the tuning curve calculated, deviated from the... So this could be useful, like for instance, sometimes I'm tuning in the symphony and I'm tuning to 440, say, or 442, and the harpists are tuning to 441, and I want to know, okay, when they're playing a passage together at E6, how sharp is the piano going to be from the middle, from that middle of the standard, you know, like from the way they tuned their instrument. And I'm not familiar if the harp has any inharmonicity. I would guess not. I know it certainly has less, right? If any at all. Well, I know I'm going to be 7 cents sharp of their E if I tune at 440. So if they're tuning to 441, they'd have to play around F6, you know, till they're about in the range, till they're in tune with the piano at 440. If they tune to 441 and the piano's tuned to 440, those notes are going to sound really good right there, okay? So you could know if there was a piece that you needed things to match up with the harp really, really well, like it's in unison. Let's say it was in here. Well, you know the closer to the middle you get, they're going to match better. But you know up here, and they keep saying it's out of tune, it's out of tune, it's out of tune. You could check, you know, how you're actually lining up, or you're playing the piano with a Glock, or you know, or Celeste. Same thing. And you could even like go and measure the instrument that's sitting there next to the piano, and you could make maybe a more educated decision on how you're going to tune the piano to match up better for that piece that's featured. I think that's cool. I would actually have use for that. But let's turn the scale back on. Let's actually have the machine help us tune. The indicator. You can turn it off. Done. You're just a strobe kind of lady. Tuning lady. I'm a strobe lady. I just want this, okay? Let's turn it back on. These fast buttons will just turn it back on and off. I don't know if like a long touch will do anything. Oh, beautiful. It does. Look. A long touch will allow you to open the settings of that particular thing, okay? And you can also get it from the way I was, from the main menu settings, and then go through, you know, go to the head menu right here and pick from all this stuff, right? I don't even know what I was on. What was I on? Like pitch? Yeah, pitch. Okay, but I'm gonna go the shortcut way now that I know it. I'm just gonna change my settings on the indicator, okay? Look, this where did I add? I added something cool. I'll find it eventually. Okay, responsiveness, rabbit fast. Okay, let's say if I mark that slow. Let's check it out. Okay, let's see what fast is like. This red, this indicator is like, bam, it's snapping to where I move the hammer. It's almost a little bit neurotic to me. So I can change it to be like more mellow, right? I can just say, look, dude, just medium out. Medium. Ah, that feels a little more with the rate that I'm moving the pitch around. I'm a medium kind of guy tonight. I'm gonna go medium maybe until I change my mind. Okay, now there's more. There's more, there's more, there's more. Okay, the width. Look, I can make it thin. See how thin that is? If you're like 20 something, this is the mode for you, okay? But when you're 40 something, you're gonna go here. Thick. That's what I'm talking about, okay? Thick. All right. Oh, Hammond Brass's name is Chris. Welcome, Chris. Sorry I'm not responding just because I'm trying to cover so much. I'm just kind of leaving it to you to fill in the details of what I'm missing on this software. Anyway, let's go back to I'm on a long touch, my new trick. Settings. Okay, so I adjusted the width to that. Okay, threshold. The indicator appears only if the current pitch deviates from the target. So you can choose, you're like, I don't want to see that indicator until I'm within 2 cents of this here note. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, it's backwards from what I thought. It's like, it's only showing you the indicator outside of it. That way, is that what I did? That was interesting because I didn't think it was going to be that way. Okay, let's see if let's see if okay, 25 cents for fun. I haven't played with this one yet. Okay, I'm not going to knock this pitch 25 cents to see that indicator. Okay, so it's opposite. It erases, it hides the indicator within that range. Well, I like the indicator. I do not want a threshold, and that's probably why the default was at 0. Okay, now I can see my indicator. Now, I'm getting to one of my big exciting ones here. The scale range, 100 cents, all right? This is like for more coarse tuning, right? Or if you're like just a lazy tuner, you're like, I don't care, it's good enough. Good enough for jazz, this is for you. But I'm finding I tune a lot aurally. I want the piano to sound really good, really clean. I'm going to change my scale absolutely as tight as I can, which is 10 cents. That's the tightest I can go. And then, like I said before, I can zoom out. So you can change your scale without going into that setting just by pinching, okay? That's the fast. That's for cool people, is pinching. So if you're cool, you'll do that. Okay. We did scale. Freeze, okay? First, I'm going to go to this text display. This is where I found this. Okay, I just turned everything on. What this is telling me, it's saying, okay, the pitch is at 221.23 hertz, or plus 0.5 cents from the target. Oh, what's the other one? What's the other one? Let's see, I forgot what it is. Plus 9.6 cents? What is that? What is that? I forget. Someone else will have to tell me because I'm forgetting and I'm kind of nervous right now. Okay, sense harmonic versus the sense. Okay, if I turn off the sense harmonic, I might have had it wrong what this target number is telling us. So I need to understand further what the harmonic sense is telling us. And I'm too on the spot right now to think through it right now. But you can turn it off if you want. You're like, I don't know what that is. I'm going to turn it off. Okay, so click concert pitch is just for the A, right? I'm going to go to all other notes and I'm going to say, okay, turn that harmonic sense off. I don't even know what it's doing. But I do want to know how many cents off I'm at. I want to know what frequency that is. But maybe you just want to know, you know, how many cents off you are on that. And maybe you don't care how long the freeze delay is, but we'll get into the freeze delay in a minute. Freeze with indicator. I'm not sure I'm grasping the difference on that one yet. Oh, the text is going where the gray line is. That's all it is, right? It's staying with the gray line. That's kind of handy. Then the text itself becomes the freeze. But I kind of don't like the way it's behaving with that on, so I'm going to turn that off. It's kind of throwing me off with my groove. No offense for freeze with indicator, no offense. I'm blind, so I'm going to turn it large. Bam! Now it's larger text. You know, just little things that you can change. Okay, settings. Let's go back here. We'll go small because that's not so big a deal to me. But let's say you're like, all I care about is how many cents off am I? Because I really want to focus on that with my tuning. To see, let's say you're tuning a unison, you're like, I want to know how many cents is a big deal or not. Okay, so we're only going to turn the cents on. We're going to turn the text size large. Done. Okay, I know how. Oh, the freeze is on too. The freeze thing. Oh, because why? Because I'm on concert pitch. All the other notes, I need to turn off the freeze delay. There we go. There, now I'm only seeing the sense deviation because I want to just focus on that for a while, okay? Now I'm going to explain the indicator, the gray one, because I think that's one of the more powerful features here. There's something I changed back there that, but I'll figure it out eventually. Okay, freeze here. Now we're gonna go into the freeze. First of all, you could take that off. This is the gray line. Oh no, I'm sorry. We want that on. How embarrassing. Okay. Freeze. We could take the freeze indicator off if we wanted, right? But that's the same thing that this snowflake did for me. Okay, so it's on, but let me go into the settings for the freeze, okay? So this is important to understand. Timing, timing, timing. It's all about timing. The gray line will appear based on where the red line is at a certain point in time after you play the note, okay? And you can choose from a range of 900 milliseconds to 100 milliseconds. Let's see what 100 milliseconds looks like, okay? If you're like, no, I'm going to tune on the attack. That's what I listen to. Oh, you know what though? I didn't change it for all my other notes. No, I did. Okay, that's good. It's kind of taking, I didn't change it in the area I'm playing is what it is. That's why I didn't change. 100 just for fun. I'm going to change all these to 100, which I'm not recommending. And I'll show you why. 400, 100, just kind of in this area where I'm going to tune. If you have two differing numbers, it seems like it kind of goes in between somewhere. It kind of ramps up to one or the other. Makes it smooth. Look, that gray line appears right after I play. Okay, watch this. I'm going to unmute the string so we can show something here. Unmute the unisons. And I'm going to zoom out a little bit so I can show some cool stuff. Okay. So hopefully now you can see the screen and the old unisons there. Sorry, I'm having camera issues, but that's okay. All right, I think you can see where I'm going to be putting my mutes. Anyways, all right. My tripod gets in the way of my rolly chair, which is too comfortable to do without. Okay. I know it's not totally in focus, but all right. Let's try and tune a unison. The most powerful thing about this gray indicator is that it can allow someone to tune unisons strings perfectly by the machine alone. No ear needed. Some tuners claim that you can do that. I haven't been able to successfully get it as well as I can with my ear. With the machine, I was able to get it better than I can with my ear. Okay? But how you set your indicator settings, I think, makes a difference here. Because it's when our brains say this is when we're judging the tone of the tune of the piano. Okay, so I'm going to try and tune where this gray indicator is on 0 for each unison. Okay, we're within 0.1 of a cent. I'm going to tune the right unison now. That was the left that I tuned first. Okay, we're 0.1 of a cent. We're within the same range. Now I'm going to tune the middle unison. Okay, if I can flop my thing out of the way. These are tiny little taps with my hammer, and they are changing the pitch. So you look where the gray line is, and you say, how far off is it from the middle? Then you make a hammer adjustment, like that. Then you check it. Good. Ignore the red line. Just look that the gray line's hitting 0. Now we're going to listen to the unisons. I rest my case. So it allows you to judge the pitch at a precise moment in time after the attack and have that be consistent from string to string, okay? That is a huge difference between what in the past has been a huge difference between tuning aurally and with machine, in my mind. Now, we can play with the settings a little bit. I can say, that's too quick for me. I want to wait until the pitch calms down a little bit after the then. Okay, I'm going to reset to factory settings. This is the recommendation here. Okay, 500, 400 in the low notes, because they have more sustain. You know, let it calm down a little bit longer, then take a snapshot. Up here, there's up at the top of the piano, there's less sustain. We needed a quicker moment. And you can play with these. You can play around with them. I think I was liking, but anyway, well, I mean, I like that. This is telling me that it doesn't matter which you use. And I did that on 100, right? I don't know that this is going to make a difference for me or for you. The biggest, oh, contrast. I can change contrast. I can make a darker line. I want to do that. I didn't find that before. I want to make it a darker line because when I'm tuning unisons like this, watch this. First of all, let me point out something crazy to you. Do you remember a minute ago I had that right on 0? Does that mean I didn't tune stable? No. Listen, you don't hear as much background noise in the shop because the AC turned off, right? So it's gotten warmer. I can feel it, the strings can feel it. If you can feel it, the piano feels it and instantly changes pitch, okay? And it's significant enough to make a unison not sound in tune. It's significant enough to make an octave be tuned, stretched differently than what you thought it was, okay? And the machine is so accurate, it shows you that really well. And I can't, let's say like, oh, I can't remember what that delay was that I put on there. Let's get that text back on there. Let's get this textual display. That's what the freeze delay is. It's telling you how many milliseconds after the attack it's freezing that bar. You know what happened? I keep doing this. You can have that set just for concert pitch, or you can say, I want it to apply to all the other notes. So remember to do it on all the other notes. Freeze delay. Now it'll show up. There it is. 300 milliseconds is where I'm at. So you're walking that black line. You're ignoring the red line for the most part, other than it's a coarse thing, okay? Now, how hard I hit it makes a difference. Let me see if I can get it right on 0. Oh, shoot. Audio got lost. Audio. You're not hearing me audio? For real? Check. I'm hearing audio. If you can hear me, tell me on the chat. Oh, okay. Did it just glitch out for a sec or what? Anyway, tell me if you get on that. Okay, so I'm gonna see if I can get this right on 0. And it's repeating the result over and over. That's a good indicator for stability also. Jesse can hear me fine. Oh, it was out for 20 seconds. I promise I wasn't cussing, and that's why. I don't know what I don't cuss, by the way. I don't know why I did that. Okay. 0, 0, 0, 0. Totally stable, okay? Let's tune the right unison now. I'm hardly doing anything with my hammer. Like I could tune with like my index finger on this one. I'll prove it. I'll do it with my index finger. Look. Okay. But my whole hand's a little easier. Oh, I was going to show you, volume makes a difference how you hit the key. Okay, I'm going to hit it louder. Look, it thinks it's way sharp, right? At least where it's freezing there, but watch this. Let's say you like to have loud blows when you tune for whatever reason. I would advise against it, okay, in most pianos. Oh, that's why. You know, that would be a good application. Some pianos, darn it, they have so much friction that you need to hit it harder, okay? Let me do a longer delay because I want to hit louder and I don't want that to skew my results. Let's try it. See, I hit soft, it's on the other side of 0. I hit loud. But that's okay. It's telling me after the pitch settles down, I can still tune it at that moment. If you are newer to tuning or you've never realized this with tuning and you struggle in some way, be aware of this. The timing of when you listen is huge. Okay, so anyway, so if you tune loud, you might want to set a longer delay. If you don't need to tune that loud, it's the pitch, you're not making that string go as tight by the attack, by the hammer pushing on it, right? So it won't go as sharp on the attack. Okay, let's go back to default. Default. I am truly humbled and just in admiration of the gentleman who came up with this. Coming from as little background knowledge as he had originally to what he's arrived at is just astounding. Okay. So I'm back to 300 milliseconds and I'm not hitting it that hard. Okay, let's try and tune. Let's check my left unison because the AC's been off for a little bit. And it's warming up. It went flat. I swear it's not because it's not what you're thinking. It's not my tuning. It's not because I didn't hit the string hard enough. Pretty sure. If I use a slightly fatter felt mute, you're hearing this bong, bong, bong because I'm like hitting a note on the string. If I use my skinnier mute, look, it's not there. Anyway, just a side note, use a really skinny mute. Okay. I just wanted to show you that it's pretty stable. Even though I'm not hitting hard. Okay, left string, right string. We just did this one, huh? Right on the money. Now middle one to match. Listen to that, how bad that unison is. Now prepare to be relieved. When you're doing a test blow, just ignore it, right? Look, right at 0. It's totally stable. Like, this is so stable. Like, look, the cent is like more than an inch on my screen within a cent. And it goes right to 0. This thing, you can nail it, okay? Let's listen to the unison, see if they wander with the temperature. Okay, this is the big takeaway for, I have to talk to the camera here. Okay, this is a takeaway that I hope you're watching this moment and take note in your heart, deep in your mind and heart. Okay, if I go deaf, I would be able to put a good tuning on this piano. To me, that's a huge thing. I'm not the only one that might consider that, right? If there's other people that rely on tuning for their livelihood. And you all know that putting in a hearing aid really messes with your sense of how the piano sounds. I know that from my customers and what I have to deal with when they get hearing aids. So the unison is in tune and stable, okay? More so than most people can set it. Let me do, I'm going to tweak this a little bit, the camera. Let me do, yeah, Hammond brass. Chris says, you got to hit with consistent blows. To me, you know, when you look at the black line, which is actually really grayed out by default, but it's such a key element here. I don't know if the developer realizes or others, probably they do. They're smarter than me. It's such a key thing. Anyway, what I was saying with that is I can trust that. That is accuracy and precision from from string to string on 3 strings that I can trust. And if you tune with consistent blows, and you tune where that black line consistently hits the 0, guess what? It's going to be about as stable as you can do. And I don't think any amount of pounding on the piano in most pianos, especially a Steinway D, a nice one, concert instrument, it's not going to help you be more stable in your tuning. It's going to actually destabilize things if you tune that way. So, look, I'm playing, the unisons are still really in tune, but my overall pitch is now sharp. You know why? Do you hear that awful background noise in my microphones? It's the AC. The temperature, I can feel it on my skin. I guarantee the metal of the strings felt it before I did on my insulated skin. That's one thing. Don't think for a second that you're going to tune something to 0 and then continue tuning the piano while that customer's AC is turning on and off and on and off, and then they say, oh, is the temperature okay for you? Or they just assume in your mind, oh, I normally keep it hot. Most people don't like that. I'm going to turn on the AC while they're halfway through their tuning. You know, and then it goes, and you can hear it. You know what I'm talking about. If you're an aural tuner, or if you're checking your work back with the machine, you know it changes, right? But look, the unisons are still really good. That's the good news. You can still have a really nice sounding tuning as long as you're quick enough, right? Just get it done. You know, but it can be hard to look at things and judge a tuning curve that a software is doing because of this. When I hear it by ear, I'm tuning off that octave right in that moment when the temperature is X, and I'm tuning that octave to be a certain way at that moment, right? I have a personal theory that that's why some people like a tuner that will sometimes, when I say a tuner, I mean an electronic tuning device or app that will tune the treble or will tune the octaves slightly sharper or whatnot, or spread out from each other, because then I think what happens with temperature changes is it somehow contracts a little bit or whatever, and some zones of the piano do it differently, and somehow through all those, I haven't thought through this, somehow through those variables, then the octaves are actually ending up more pure than when they were first tuned. That's my theory. That's my theory. Okay, so look, I've gone, the temperature has increased the pitch of this by a cent while I've been talking in these few minutes. And I know, like, on a stage, they turn on the lights, and some people look at you like you're crazy. You're like, I'd like the lights to be on for a little bit so we can get the temperature so that the tuning is right. They're like, these lights are not going to make that much of a difference to the tuning of the piano. They don't know. They will make a difference. At our current symphony hall here downtown Salt Lake City, Bravenel Hall, If the front of house lights are on, they're the more direct lights that come in the piano, and the piano's at the front of the stage, and the top lights are on and the lid's off because it's a solo thing or whatever, or they've got it mic'd that way, or they don't want to block the conductor who's standing right there, right? Guess what? It's going to change the piano by about 2 or 3 cents, like bam. You know, over 20 minutes, it'll settle into it. We're going sharper yet. The blower's still blowing. I guarantee I didn't tweak the pin in a way that did that, or I wasn't lazy and I didn't like not set the pin right, okay? Hammond Brass says that Chris says they just put the earplugs in and watch the screen. Yeah, you could listen to your favorite radio program and tune if you, I mean, it's going to take you longer to tune. It's going to take you a lot longer than I can do by ear, right? That's the difference. But I think it would be more stable and more accurate in general. Even I love tuning aurally. I'm really happy with the results. I have no problem if there are little anomalies here or there in those tunings. Those have not bothered me at all. I think it's really good. We'll stand up on any stage, you know, for the most part. But I do think that, of course, you know, the technology can get you more accurate and more precise, right? More repeatable and more accurate. Okay, so you like my hand motions. So now we're at 1.5 cents sharp. The blower's still blowing. I just want to illustrate that point. That's why I'm kind of like stalling. Let me look at some other okay. Let's see, Christopher McCuddy, that sounds like one of the cases where it would come in quite handy. Oh, you're referring to a comment I made that I probably forgot, but, or maybe it's a comment that Hyrum Brass made. Piano sense, oh, like a magnetic pickup instead. Yeah, there's the magnetic pickups, but I kind of just like the piano to ring out, but okay, we're at 1.7. Okay, let's move on from that discussion, but we've got that indicator. I changed how fat it was, I changed the scale, I tweaked around with how much of a delay there is. I think in most cases the default works great. Here's a little bit of tuning technique for me that I use. Let's see here. Okay, now the AC went off. I'm going to walk over there, and I'm going to suffer for the benefit of you all, because when it doesn't turn on, the temperature is going to end up more consistent here once it warms up a little bit. So I'm going to do that so we can have the most consistent consistency of temperature while we tune. So I'm going to turn that off, and that's going to get warmer. Okay. And I need a swig of something delicious. Sorry, my mic is probably picking up my swallowing there. Okay. Okay, let's get to tuning. I can hit the tuning curve here. I have a bunch of stuff going on that we did earlier. Let me zoom in on this just for fun. I don't fully grasp all of this, of course, you know, like what the implications of all these things are that are on here. But there's a lot of good stuff. I don't think there'll be time tonight, honestly, to go through everything that's in here. But I can already see from my study today that, let me tell you some of the other features. Let's skip. Let's skip. I'm going to turn on the partials. Now I can see all the partials. I can see what notes they line up with. If I'm overtone series, if I'm OSC, overtone series challenged, okay, then I could say like, oh, that's the fourth partial. So a 4/2 octave, I gotta listen to A5 while I do this or whatever, you know. I'm gonna go to the manual because there are some implications that there's some tools in here with the partials that can really help you tune aurally, okay? And I did not play with this today yet. Let me go into the help menu, pull up the manual. So you are catching my fresh reactions, okay, to this. Let's go to the aural training section, where I imagine some features that will help you with your aural training exist, right? Aural training. The partial tone spectrum in Pianoscope can also help you to train your hearing. Okay, so a spectrum, when we talk about the spectrum, I was a voice major. We always talked about the vocal spectrum, right? It's the array of partials, frequencies that are produced by a tone. It's your tone quality, it's your timbre, it's your signature timbre based on the relative volumes of those partials and which partials are more, you know, prominent, going on up through, you know, really, really high. But if this is a partial tone spectrum, because we're only looking at a small glimpse that we hear really strongly for tuning. We hear the other stuff too, and it's very, very much a part of piano tone, and I don't think it should be ignored, but this is just a partial, right? So it's basically like the 1st through the 8th partial, maybe the 10th, maybe the 12th. When you get down these low notes, there's room to look at those because we hear them a little more prominently. Okay. It can help train your voice. Okay, tone generator. If you activate the tone generator via the speaker symbol in the main toolbar, the partial view shows the spectrum of the generated tone. If you now tap on one of the bars, let's just get that going. Let's get that tone going. Okay, we're going to do C3. No, we're going to do A3. We're going to do the tone generator. We're going to customize our menu. I just want the tone generator at my disposal here. Done. Okay, here's my tone generator. It's a speaker, right? I'm going to push on it. This is a very special kind of tone. This is not a sinusoidal tone. It includes, okay, no. It has the same, my understanding is it has the same inharmonicity as this note on this piano. It's mimicking that signature of that spectrum. Look, the higher the bar, the louder that partial, right? Intuitive. Right? Okay, we're going to play around with this. What's the loudest partial in this note? 1, but then 2. Right after the attack, 2 takes over. So you best have that second partial in tune with A4 really close for it to sound good. Then the 4th, maybe that's why we tune a really close 4/2 octave. Oh, maybe that's why. That's why. Okay. What else we got? 7th is the next big peak. Unfortunately. Fortunately and unfortunately. Musically, it's great. It adds color. Adds some great color. But it can sometimes be problematic tuning-wise. Okay, so, or voicing-wise. Okay, so we've got that, and we know how to get the tone generated. Look, the peaks, 1, 2, 4. Oh, look, 6 does peak higher, but it's not for as long. Okay. Just for fun, This is A3 playing, right? I'm gonna tune A4. I'm gonna zoom out a little bit Sorry, you're not gonna be able to see this quite. I'm gonna tune A4. I'm gonna try and tune it to that tone generator. You hear that pulse at that pitch? I hear it in the piano. I'll make it worse. Now it's like bagpipes coming into tune, right? I just tuned a pure 2/1 octave. Or close to it. Let's listen to how the octave sounds with it. This is the check for a 2/1 down here. Those beats at this pitch are the same. We did that off the tone generator. That's kind of fun. I'm going to tune it slightly wide. Little swell. Now listen. Let me turn that off. This is a check for a 4/2 octave. It's a wide 4/2. Anyway, I'm just playing around. Okay, so we know about the tone generator. We are playing currently with partials, right? Let's get back in that partial menu. Long touch. Okay. Let's go back to the help menu. That's where we were. Oh, sorry. I wonder if I can get the help menu on my toolbar. That would be nice. Or the manual on my tool. That would be nice. I don't know if there's a way to do that yet. Something that could be added in the future. Okay, the manual. Back to aural training. We are because I feel like most of us want to be trained aurally. First of all, it will decrease your tuning. Like if I was using this technology to tune perfectly currently, I bet it would take me 2 hours. You know, if I was tuning the piano aurally, I bet it would take me 40, 45 minutes. If it was already pretty close, right? I'll do a pitch raise. And I can spend time on voicing and other things. I would love to have both things at my disposal, just in case. Okay, so aural thing. Okay, so we generated a tone. Okay, so if you activate the tone generator, the partial view shows the spectrum of the generated tone. If you now tap on one of the bars, the tone generator plays only the selected partial. Ooh. Okay, let's do it. How do I go back? Okay, done. Yeah, it'd be nice if there was a way I could like get the help menu in a smaller window, but I don't know iOS well enough to do that. Maybe some of you do. So we're generating a tone. Oh, that's a little harsh. Let's go to A3. What happens if I is it producing the tone at that pitch? Oops, let me mute the unison. Okay, you hear this? Now we're gonna go flatter. No. You hear all that beating? It's generating the target frequency. Okay. Oh look, but I tuned it a little sharp when I tuned it with that. Anyway, interesting. Okay, so I'm not used to tuning off a tone generator. So we're going to hear a certain partial. Okay. It helps you focus in on what you want to focus on. Now I can hear it sharp. When I isolate that partial like that, now my brain is like hearing all those partials when the damper comes down really clearly. Is interesting. When I listen to that, when I focus on that fourth partial and I hear it, and then I try and tune to the tone generator, then I was more accurate. Anyway. Okay, really accurate, I guess. Okay, so so we know how to isolate and hear just an individual partial. I just had deja vu. But anyway, why do I keep doing that? Manual, help, manual. Okay. Okay, I'm glad Hammond Brass is getting their chores done. Okay. All right, so back down to aural training. One thing you could do is if you had the app on your iPad and your iPhone, you could just like read one or the other, right, and go back and forth. Okay, if you tap the bar again with the complete tone with all partials played again. Oh, so you can turn off that isolated one just by tapping the bar again. You don't have to turn the whole thing off and back on again. By repeatedly switching between these two playback modes, you can easily train your hearing to identify a partial in a piano tone. I'm going to demonstrate that with you as guinea pigs. Okay. We're going to tune. Okay, we're playing an octave. Typically, we might listen to a 6/3 octave and how it's tuned a little bit. Not to tune it pure, but as a check to see how things are progressing. Can you hear that frequency in this pitch? A lot of times what we'll do is we'll ghost it, right, when we're teaching people. But that can be so jarring to hear that ghosted tone. And sometimes that note is not in tune with it, so it can be kind of problematic when you're teaching people how to tune. But I can do this. Does that help draw your attention to it? Maybe so. It really does when I'm going back and forth between the generated tone and the single one on when I'm hearing it from the iPad. When I transferred it to the piano, I don't know from where I'm sitting, I don't know if it did, but it might have for you. Okay, let's go to not customized toolbar, dummy Hyrum, help, manual, aural training. Let's keep going. Gets better. I know from I saw some things. I know it gets way better, right? Okay. Oh, I don't have like stuff in a good place here. Okay. If you have selected an interval, the tone generator plays both notes of the interval. If you now tap a bar of a partial collision, the tone generator plays both partials involved. You will hear the same beating that will occur between the selected partials in the final tuning of this interval. So you're hearing a tone generated model of what you're trying, what the tuning's trying to achieve as far as the beats go, right? So let's do that. Let us do that. We're gonna go here to C3 because it's a little lower. It's a little easier for us to hear these juicy partials. Boy, now I'm hearing that sixth partial really strong. After that little exercise. Okay, so we're gonna select two notes. I think I have to let me make this a large keyboard here. I think I can go like this. Okay. Now tone generator. Right? Where's 6? You hear how it's pulsing now? Now we're going to do these two notes. But we need to do 3. I mean 3 and 5. You hear how that upper check right there with the E flat and the C4 is a little more perceivable, the speed of it? Because it's a little slower, right? So it's a slightly contracted 6/3 octave, if I'm not mistaken. Should be. But look at that. This is the one that can sometimes get in the way of your tuning and confuse you. Listen to that beating. I'll turn this up. Oh, I'm up all the way. Isn't that interesting? Okay, I'm going to show, speaking of which, let's select a fifth. Speaking of which, a fifth. Okay, we've got our fifth selected. Listen to this check. This is the check note where we usually listen to the beating of a fifth. That's how slow it is based on this tuning curve, okay? Very nice, huh? But check this out. This is what you might be zeroing in on. Twice as fast, yo. Why is it exactly twice as fast? Because look, it's an octave or close to it maybe. Because I'm not sure on that one, but it's basically twice as fast because it's an octave above. An octave is double the frequency, right? So when you're learning how to tune a fifth, it's like, oh man, I keep messing up. Or let's do this one. Let's go A4, and let's do it with this F down here. Is that what I wanted? No, that's why. See, so say you're trying to tune with a fork, right? At 442, it's a little faster than normal. Watch. I want to try something. Remember that speed. right? One, 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 one. Let's change concert pitch to 440. Let's change it to, let's get a little more drastic. Let's change it to 435. I'm not sure. Is the beat slower? I would expect it to be slower if all the relative pitches were lower. That's a rhyme. That's a rhyme. But anyway, let's go back to the task at hand. I'm going to put concert pitch back where it was, which was 443. Anyway, I think the difference is so subtle, if there is a difference, that it kind of throws you off. Okay. So you're trying to tune with a fork. You're going to play this F, and you're going to be listening to that fork, and then you're going to play the note on the piano, and you're going to be like, if you hear this, play it with it. Oh, I wish I could select both of these. There's probably a way, huh? Both of those together. Well, I can just like that. This gets kind of hidden in this, because you're hearing this busyness twice as fast above this, right? But at the same time as everything else. You're like, oh, I don't know what's what. I don't know if it's sharp or flat. You know, just go easy on me. That's why. But that's a cool tool, right? Aural tuning. You can hear what the expected beat is. Why do I keep doing this? Okay, let's do, actually, I'm kind of enjoying that. Let's say if you're like, let's say you're following a temperament that tells you to tune F and A to 7 beats per second. You're like, I don't know what the heck 7 beats per second sounds like. Look what it says up here, 7.08 beats per second. Let's change concert pitch to 440 and see if that numero changes. I was on the wrong thing here, was I? Let's see. .03 beats per second, slightly slower, right? So that's where it says. That's where it says what that speed actually is. Some people have a temperament that say tune C and E together at 10 beats a second. What the heck does that sound like? Or some people have trouble tuning this one wide enough. What does this one sound like? Oh, that's so nice. Look at that. It kept that selected coincident partial. Oops. But I biffed it. But I was able to, for a moment, that would be cool. Maybe there's a way here. I'll keep reading. Let's keep reading them. When all else fails, look at the directions. Correcto? Okay, we're going to stop that. I was like on my speaker. Okay, let's go back to the help menu before we get too far in the weeds. Okay, aural training. This is just like a playground if you're learning how to tune. It's a playground. You might need to be guided. I would love to do some kind of tutorials of how you could use these tools, you know, exercises you might do to help you focus on the right things as you're learning how to tune. Okay, that could be fun. All right, so if you selected an interval, you tap on the collision, it plays both. I should have. Let me go back, because someone might be watching this who's still like, why did you do that to us? I have no idea what you're talking about, and other people are yawning right now. But that's just our world right now. Some people have had an opportunity to practiced this stuff for a long time and others haven't. Okay, aural. My word. There's a lot of good stuff in here. Okay. Oops, not to the right spot yet. Aural. Aural. How did I get so far gone here? Where's the aural training? There it is, under partials. Okay. Aural training. Oh, I remember what I was doing now. That's why. Okay. Thank you for being patient. All right, we're going to go talk about... Oh, I have such a easily distractible mind, right? Done. Okay. We're going to hit... we're going to show C3 and C4, okay? And we're going to look at these partials. We're going to turn the volume down because we don't care about what it sounds like right now. We just want to use this display to teach about coincident partials. All the blue ones are for C3, all the partials, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and so on. All the partials of C are in gold. So then we can see exactly where there's coincident partials, right? The Cub Scout ones here. Well, in the US, Cub Scouts are blue and gold. I don't know where elsewhere. I was in Cub Scouts, by the way. It was great. Okay. So you can say, okay, when this octave's tuned, these are the frequencies, pitch areas, that are important. That's where we're actually tuning, where they collide, okay? So we've got second partial of C3, first partial of C4. Fourth partial of C3 with the second partial of C4. And so you know, okay, if I want to tune that kind of an octave, I need to listen to that pitch. So this is, let me, if you zoom out on the keyboard here, that might help a little bit. I wonder if there's a way to like, oh, there we go. I don't have to hit them at the same time. I know that's in the manual too. Sorry for to people who are dealing with me. Do I have to long touch them, or can I just like? Yeah, I have to long touch them. So long touch, and it adds that interval. It'd be cool if you could like do 3, even though we don't talk about that in tuning very much. Nope. Okay. Anyway, that would be getting into a realm that's not been talked about a lot. You know, how things interact in a triad, for instance. But anyway, a major triad or minor and so forth. Okay, so we've got these coincident partials. So you know, like, okay, I want to tune this 8/4 octave pure and see what it sounds like when I play that. Then you know, okay, I got to tune this pitch level pure, or the same pitch. Okay. Anyway, that's what I was doing on these papers. I don't know, which one do you like better? This, like this is pretty clear. I don't know. I mean, I would go with this. I would go with that. I succumb. I'll do that. Okay. So, yeah, that's a great tool. Let's go to menu. Let's go back more. There's more. I know you're tired of this, but I'm not. Okay. I am not tired of this. Aural training. Recording and filtering partials. You can also use Pianoscope to filter out the sound of individual partials from the real instrumento. I'll tell you why. Because all these tuners have to have a filter. They have to have a filter that narrows the frequencies, like a narrow bandpass filter that says, look in this 100 cents, which is 50 cents flat and 50 cents sharp of a note, for this note. That's how they use the auto note. That's how they find it. That's how they also isolate the partial and can tune it to a certain frequency, right? So they have to have these filters built in. So you can also use Pianoscope to filter out the sound of individual partials from the real instrument. To do this, switch to the hold setting. Now the partial tone bars are displayed even after a tone has decayed. Let's see if we can figure out where the hold setting is, okay? What's the best way to, oh, there, that's probably the best way. Hold setting. Hold, that was easy. I'm gonna click on it. Wait, I don't know, did I turn it on or not? I can't really tell. But if I play it, clearly I turned it on. And then if I push it again, oh, I just turned off the partials, not the hold. But if I go long touch, tap hold, all right, well, anyway, we've got it held though. But let me make sure. Let me make sure. Let me go into that menu just in a different one so I can see for sure what we're dealing with. So we've got partials. The hidden menu, just tap the word and it comes up. So right now the display is on hold. I can turn it on continuous. What does that do? It just keeps monitoring them. If I do the hold one, first I got to turn that on. It's just freezing up at the peaks, the highest amplitude you get. I think that's how the tone generator decides. Watch, I'm going to hit it louder. It changed the color, didn't it? That's kind of cool for voicing, and I know the developer already thought about that. I just haven't played with it. You can kind of see what partials come out, if they do, on a louder blow versus a softer. So a mellow tone, bright tone. That would be fun to demonstrate with some voicing stuff later. Thanks for playing around with me. This is just kind of a play around, but I feel like going through it in this kind of detail will pay dividends in the end from understanding. And it can be fun, right? This is way fun. That's why you're doing this. That's why you quit your job, whatever you were doing, to tune, because you're enjoying this, right? Okay, manual. Yeah, manual. Aural training. Recording and filtering partials. So now the partial tone bars are displayed even after the tone has decayed. Check. If you now tap one of the bars, I'm going to zoom out a little bit. I just want to connect with you a little better. And I feel like I just feel I feel more disconnected. You just have to trust me what we're seeing on the screen. Hopefully you can see it well enough, okay? So we got it in the hold mode, and now we know, look, if you're not sure it's in the hold mode, you could go back into the setting like I did. Now, okay, they're displayed even after you play the note. If you now tap on one of the bars, Pianoscope plays a recording of the respected partial over the loudspeaker of your device or a connected headphone. This is the tone that was created by the piano. So it's recording it automatically. That's how it must have to do it. It must have to record that in order to have anyway, it kind of blows my mind. And the genius involved in this. Okay, so let's go back to the thing here. I'm going to not talk, and I'm going to play it. Those sounds came from this piano. It does not sound like a piano, does it? They truly did. You have to believe me. If you've seen my videos where I monitor the beats in real time and you're hearing them amplified, like filtered and amplified over the top of all the rest of the sound, it sounds like that. It sounds like a pure tone, more pure tone, doesn't it? Okay, anyway, sorry, I couldn't help myself. Okay, so so we can record a tone. Now what do we do with that? What do we do next? What do we do? I have to admit, this is what this kind of exploration and development of technology. This is why it's called piano technology. There's developments to be made. There's things to discover. Certainly on a personal journey, a personal scale, things that you haven't learned before. That is probably the most valuable thing, you know. But beyond that, the trade as a whole, the industry as a whole, advancing in knowledge and skills and tools is just very cool to witness. And what I was going to say with that is, honestly, like voicing and regulating, prepping a new D. I've done it enough where I felt some burnout in the past, like even with really good instruments. But exploring things like this, it kind of revitalizes your interest, the inner tuner child in you, right? It brings it out. Okay, enough of that. All right. So we know how to play back the recording of that decayed note, right? We can train our perception of the contribution of the partial tone to the overall sound by alternatively tapping on different partials. Pianoscope can also help you examine intervals of a real instrument for beats. To do this, you need to record the two notes of an interval, one after the other, as follows. In hold mode, play the first note of an interval on your instrument until the orange bars show the maximum of the partials, or peaks, right? That's what we call them. Now double tap on the gray, in the dark gray area next to the partials. Pianoscope now colors the bars of the already recorded partials blue. Now play the second note of the desired interval on your instrument. Its partials will now appear in orange next to the blue bars. See if I can remember all that without goofing it. Okay, don't do that again, Hyrum. Done. Okay. All right, we're going to do it. We want to hear the beats of, tuning F to A, F to A3. Sure, why not, right? Okay. Nope, I blew it. There, double tap. That's what it told me to do. I just forgot. Blue. Now we're going to record the A. Okay, now. Let's do a slower one. Let's do a slower beat. Let's do this. Oh wow, it kept the F and I just switched now to compare it with the D flat. You can hear me talking. You can hear that. You can hear that frequency in my voice when I produce it. Okay, let me record them longer. Let's try that. How do we reset it? Double tap. All right, that'll work. I just wanted to play it nice and long. That's not what I wanted. Okay, now we're going to do the next one. Now we can hear that beating more clearly. An octave above. That's the actual beat speed that we're doing from this instrument. So I'll prove it. We heard by talking at the end. Okay, so I recorded a lot. I recorded a big sample. Oh, we lost picture. It'll come back. Don't worry. Picture, picture. There you go. So anyway, that's cool, right? That's pretty cool. You can actually hear that beat as it sounds isolated in the piano. Slightly cooler, though, is to go check out my video in my free online tuning course, and you can hear that same real piano tone beating continuously, sustained over a long period of time as we play the piano in real time as you're changing the tuning, okay? Slightly cooler, but anyway, let's go to the help menu. Let's see what else we got. I think I'm ready to do a tuning on this guy, just about. I think we've had enough fun with that, but we got to end on a high note. What else you got here in the manual? Intonation. You can also use the partials view for your work on voicing hammer felts. Okay. Now, intonation in the U.S., at least in my part of the U.S., when we talk about intonation, we think of pitch, right? Flat or sharp as intonation. And we might say timbre or tone or voicing, right, to describe this, but maybe it's used differently in other parts of the world. I'm not sure that term. So it's saying, like what I was saying, you can see a mellow tone versus a bright one, okay? Customize the toolbar, got it, we've done that. Let's see what else is cool in here. You can play around with the strobe, we can change our target. I think we've done most cool stuff. Tone generation, got it. Tuning curve, yeah. I'll show you just quickly something that was, come on, Hyrum. Okay, done. Something that was pointed out to me. If we go into the tuning curve, let's see, I'm going to zoom in for this so you can see it a little better. All right. No comments on the chat or questions. Feel free to comment, question, cheer, applaud on the chat. Give me a tip, whatever, you know. I won't say no to that. I am working for free right now. Okay. So, and I'm not really getting a lot done on my pianos in here. That was like a pitiful plea for money, wasn't it? Anyway, okay. Okay, so if I go here, right now we're seeing, let me zoom out so you can kind of see the whole picture, all right? Ooh, that was a bit much, a bit much. All right. So we have here, I'm going to take off the tuning curve. Absolute weights versus relative weights. Absolute weights. Relative weights. I don't know on that one. I'm not smart enough to understand that yet. Deviation. Not smart enough for that one either. Beat frequency, that's the one we had. Okay. Sense deviation. Sense deviation. That's what I was looking for, I think, earlier when I was trying to make sense of this. I'm not going to attempt to explain the beat frequency, but this is, look, okay, I can hide whatever I want by swiping left. By default, it looks like it puts the tuning curve on for me. I want you to look at this tuning curve for a minute here. Look at that pattern right here in the bass and memorize that, okay? Do I still have audio and all that? Yeah, I got plenty of audio. Okay, memorize this shape. I'm just going on a limb here. I want to check something out. And there's the pitches, the actual pitches, sense. I'm not sure I totally understand that graph yet. I want to. I really want to. I will someday. Okay. Maybe a day shortly to come. Okay, styles, pitches. Let's take off those pitches. The tuning curve shown by default because I'm not showing anything else, it looks like. But memorize that pattern right there. Now, we're going to go to inharmonicity. Look at that pattern. Okay, it kind of goes up a little bit, dips down, goes higher, down, higher. It's like the inverse almost, isn't it? It's compensating for that inharmonicity by what pitch it's tuning things to. Oh, pitch. Oh, okay, actual pitches. Hey, I bet you can guess why this is 12 cents higher. No, this is 440. Maybe. Let me check something. Where's our concert pitch? It's at 440. Okay, I need to understand more than, I'll have to have someone smarter than me explain what it looks like. What it looks like to me, it says the actual pitches are, no, I don't know. I don't get it. It might be the partial that it's using to tune, the actual pitch it's using to tune this note so that partial 1 ends up down here maybe. Okay, so we might be dealing with that. It might be using, for instance, the 6th partial or something, which is whatever sharp, and where that actually ends up pitch-wise, I'm not sure. Okay, but I'll stop talking now, stuff I don't know. But look, that's kind of like the inverse of the inharmonicity that we saw on the piano. I'm probably using the wrong term. But it's kind of cool, just a little observation. Okay, so now I'm going to go into the tuning curve and go back to styles. We had the balanced style, remember? And I could say, all right, in the balanced style, what are the octaves? How do the octaves kind of shape out, right? And I can go in here further and I can say, all right, I don't care about the 10-5, I don't care about the 8-4. I'm just curious about 6-3 octaves. And this is showing their beats, okay? So the way that I understand you read this is like, say you play C2, at C2, if you were to play C2 with C3, right, it's saying, the way I understand it, I'm guessing that the third partial is slightly sharp of the lower partial, so you're going to hear a wide, so if it's above 0, a wide 6-3 octave, by this many hertz or beats, okay? And you notice it's like way less than 1 beat, okay? So the 6/3 octave should be beating really, really slow, less than a beat a second. Less than, maybe even less than half a beat a second. Let's see if we actually hit the note. Does it give us a value? 0.3 hertz. It should be a third, so a beat every 3 seconds. Is that the way to read that? Someone smarter than I am? Hey, Chris McCuddy has some things to say. Okay, for instance, the pitch of A0 is currently 1 cent above a non-stretch, when it should be roughly 15 cents flat. Okay, we're going to work backwards, but I think what he's saying is, because it measured the tuning, right, when we took the inharmonicity, right? That's why. And we haven't done another measurement. So it's showing us, sorry, I'm going to go back to this. Let's take off those octaves, and then it's going to show the tuning. So it's saying, look, this pitch should be tuned here. If your concert pitch is 440, mister, this pitch should be down here. But because A was tuned, this A0 before in a previous tuning was tuned to 443, 442, 443, wasn't it? Yes, it was, 12 cents high-ish. The actual pitch that it measured is way up here. So it's saying like, hey, you're way off your curve, dude. So this is kind of cool. I could tune a piano by ear, and then I could measure I could measure it on Pianoscope, and then I could see how are my actual pitches, how do they line up with the tuning curve. Ooh, that's probably why it was developed this way, right? Right? Am I getting it? Am I getting it? Am I getting it? Okay, let's try it. I want to play with that because I'm kind of excited about that. Let's say we're done, okay? I'm going to tune the piano a little bit. I'm going to tune off this A. Let's see what... we're going to change concert. I want to read the pitch, so I'm going to go to concert pitch. I want to measure where it is and go from that A. Okay, it's measured. Done. Hey, notice where it is. We're almost a cent flat of 12 cents or 443, and I turned off the AC. It's gotten warmer in here. The metal went flatter because it got warmer. Okay. All right, check this, check this. Okay. You know, something's wiggy with my indicator that I'm not cool with. Let's go to settings. Let's go slow responsiveness. Yeah, I like that better. This is not the black indicator from my understanding. It's showing how responsive the red is to my pitch changes in real time. And it's being a little more forgiving. It's lowering the resolution on that for me, so it's not so busy. So I'm going to set this to my pitch source. I'm being really exact. Okay, that's good enough for me. Okay, now we're going to black out the display and tune by ear. a little bit. This piano can be tuned with real pure fourths and fifths. It sounds nice. Hearing something bleed through there. Don't worry, I'm not pretending like it's like the most perfect tuning or anything. I just want to get an example going on, you know, and do like a semi-decent job of it. We're off a bit, aren't we? Sometimes I'll just work backwards through the fifths when I know I'm way off, right? Holy moly. If only we didn't have to temper these intervals, this would be so much easier, right? It's kind of the point, right? My E flat's in the wrong spot. Yeah, I can't quite. think I'm trying to make the fourths too pure. It's a lot easier with the piano. You tune all the time. This one's still pretty squirrely. Way too pure, right? This D went flat. Getting closer. It's kind of a special temperament right now. It's not equal. Just make little refinements. That moved. I bet my A went flat. D, I tell you what. All right, we'll call it good. I would still fuss with it because things are moving around for sure on this, like as I'm tuning it. But it's pretty close. That's too pure. No, it's not. That's wrong. Things have shifted a little bit. This fifth is too pure. My pride is at stake here. I have to keep going. Okay, it's close enough. That's close enough. I'm gonna call it. I'm calling it. Okay, sorry about that indulgence. Okay, we're gonna go out of the program. We're gonna add a new file. Is that what we're gonna do? Yeah, we're gonna add a new file. We're gonna change concert pitch. We're gonna measure it. What did I do wrong? Let's try again. There we go. 443. Surprise, surprise. Okay, we're going to go back to the file here. So we've got that A zeroed out. We're going to create this. And we're going to measure the inharmonicity. Okay, done. Now, we're going to go into this tuning curve area. We're going to show the, it's already showing the actual pitches, okay? So we can see how our pitch is deviated, okay? And I don't know, you can see the actual, what's it showing us? Actual pitches, absolute, wait, no, actual pitches. Okay, well, anyway, we can see if it's following the curve, right? So this B, it says is a little sharp, right? At any rate. Anyway, the C, it says is on there. C sharp saying a little flat, right on the curve here with E flat, E, F, basically right on, F sharp. Now this scale's on 10 cents, right? I don't know if you can change the scale. It's funny, like look at this G sharp. Okay, look, here's the G sharp. This one we didn't tune, right? It's way out, okay? I'm just gonna get out of here. We're going to tune it by ear for fun. I don't want to look at this. Don't show me that. I'm not going to look. Okay, now we're going to go into this inharmonicity here, and we're going to measure. We're going to measure that G sharp again by tapping this top left one. Okay, we're going to click done. Now we're going to go back into that tuning curve. Now look where the G sharp is. Now it's following the curve a lot more closely, right? Okay, so look at this pattern. I'm going to zoom in on the curve here just for fun. We're just kind of comparing aural, and it's not like a competition. It's just like to learn, okay? So we tuned A to A. Let's see, here's our A. It's saying G sharp is flat. The fifth sounds good. It's the way I have it tempered. It sounds good where it is, but anyway, so we're going to look at from A, from this A to this A. Look, my A's are on, and I had to adjust that one. It was creeping flat on me, and I was right on that. Okay, so anyway, that's kind of how closely it follows the curve at this scale. Okay, now let's tune it to the machine. And yeah, let's do it. Let's see if it'll look different. I mean, another way of doing this is just to pull this open, right, and see how close you are to the target. So we'll just do that, but just for fun, we're going to see the curve. Oh, I'm tuning the wrong pin. So now that G sharp's flat. I swear I don't do that as much as I've done it when I'm on videos. You try doing this on YouTube then. Okay, A. Oh, I hit the G sharp again. Okay, back to the A. It might be sharp now. Yeah, it's sharp, but it's within a cent, right? I want to get my black line on 0. So I wait for it to appear because I'm choosing to tune at that delay after the attack, right? Okay, good. How about G? G is within point. Actually, it's closer than that. It's like it's within a half a cent, right? All right. Well, you know, it's kind of tuning where we did by ear. Hey, so far we're doing good on the old tuning exam. F. Hey, look at that. It's better than I thought it was going to be so far. But, you know, you could have one that's way off that, like, you know. But we know none of the fifths or fourths sound bad, right? We know enough with the checks to do that, right? It was better than that. I've just been fussing with it, right? That's kind of where it was before. Okay. Those aural checks aren't too shabby, are they? They get you there. Oh look, oh, I'm way off. Actually, it's only half a cent off. I'm paying attention to the black line, right? I'm like gonna cry right now, it's so close. I haven't compared my tunings to a test or a machine for a long time. I think that's the secret, honestly, to aural tuning. You like, when you're gonna work on it, you have to just stop, you just have to listen to the instrument. This will be a tool, right? But you don't want to get like too caught up in it. Or you're not really learning how to tune aurally in your brain. You're really just learning how to like tune it wrong and then fix it by the machine. Just tiny movements get you off by, a cent, right? Now with this exercise, I'm getting a feel for the scale of that tuning curve and those dots. It's actually a pretty tight scale, right? In fact, it's almost, if you were to take actual visual distance, in pixels from the line and what we saw off that yellow line, it's almost about the same, I feel like. I didn't move it, I swear. The first reading was off, the second reading was on. Okay, A. Okay, now let's take a look at the curve. This has been like a truly validating exercise for me. Now we're going to remeasure where those pitches are. Okay, we're going to go to the instrument. No. We're going to go to inharmonicity, and we're going to remeasure those pitches. Now we can just pause that. We can, I think, just go right here. And where's this one? And we can look at it this way. Can we zoom in? Yeah, we can zoom in the same way. We can look at this curve. We don't have to go back into that other menu of the style. But here's A3, A4. They're totally following that orange line, right? Which is also kind of taking into account some inharmonicity. So they're just sutured right in there. Bam, 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 bam. And we were zeroing it out. So this scale is really tight. Like this one here looks like it's a little bit high, but the orange line goes high. No, so it's fine. Let's go into that other view just to kind of compare that way. It was in the tuning curve here. Oh, look, it's the same thing, right? Yeah, it's the same thing what we're seeing here. So yeah, so it's a little tighter. Let's listen to it aurally. I kind of want to do this. Where's the A? It says it's right on the line. It says the A3 is like right on the line too. Let's go to this tuning thing. Let's check the A's. See how one was just on one side of the line, the other one was just on the other side of the line? When I hear it by ear, I'm hearing a little bit of pulse that I want to try and eliminate. And that's not a pure 2-1 that I'm after. Look, I'll check the 2-1. It's still a wide 2-1. Sounds really pure. Still a wide 4-2. Let's check where the A is. Did I move it at all? So actually I made it a little wider. Let me check it together again. It kind of moved. And that fourth is busy. Okay, let's try this again. Wide 2-1, but it sounds really clean. Wide 4-2. We're not even going to check the 6-3 because it beats too fast up here. And I would expect it to be narrow. Well, now we got them in the same spot, I think. So something drifted there a little bit, but we're talking within 0.5 of a cent, right? This is educational to me. You can play around like this. You can have fun, and this, I'm so. Let's hear the temperament that we got. There's some stuff in there that kind of, I don't think it says beating any faster. It must just be a higher partial, that coincident partial that's a little different, you know? It's not worth checking though. It's close enough. And as you've seen, stuff drifts around a little bit, right? Let's check the pitches again. It might have drifted already. I moved that A higher. But did you notice that the notes closer to the break were a little more flat? It's warmed up a little bit. It's kind of like on a curve, it's gone a little flat down here. And we had to retweak the A's a little bit to kind of adjust for that, just in sitting here, you know, in the room. So, but it's all within 0.5 cents, right? I'd love to hear your comments or reactions to just seeing this. I mean, I have some, this is exciting. I love the I'm not going to make you, I'm not going to tune through all the unisons, but I do want to do a tuning with this balanced curve on this piano, and I want to play through it tonight, actually. I'm running out of audio. Let's see here. My audio's running out of battery. I'm going to tune, we'll hear the piano on this other mic. I'm going to charge my lav while I'm doing it. I'm not going to talk. I'm just going to tune to the machine occasionally, and then we're going to listen to it. And then we'll listen to unisons, and I might clean up some unisons with the machine just to show, I keep calling it a machine, with the application, okay? So I'm going to tune. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, be right here to tune. Plug in the old microphones. See any comments on the chat? I'd love to hear your reactions and whatnot. Okay, here we go. I'm just going to tune. I think I'm actually just going to tune A0 up. Make sure my settings are right on this. And got balanced style going on, which I want to hear on this piano. I think it's a great choice for this piano. I will back the camera up so you're not like staring at mutes, right? I'm gonna go from this side. The bass side stays out of my way, so just gonna pull you out of the way. Let's see how our camera battery's doing. I might want to plug that in. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Caught it just in time there. Definitely do need to plug the camera in, or we're done streaming, whether we like it or not. Right? Okay. Okay. Plugged in, charging stuff, charging camera. And I'm gonna tune. Got 2 liter. You gotta go 2 liter this time of night. did just chug that, if you wondered. Well, guess what? I thought I was charging the camera. I'm not. I gotta plug it in. Plug it in. Now I'm charging the camera. Yes. Okay, good. So I'm gonna tune this. Actually want to get the screen a little closer, don't I? So you can see how I'm tuning with the display. This is very important. I'm gonna zero in on the display, okay? So sorry, I know you can't hear me very well. I only have the instrument mic, but I'm zeroing in on the display so you can catch on to how I've realized the best way to tune with this is with that frozen indicator and putting it on 0. Just keep working at it back and forth till it's 0. I like to use the strobe as a coarse tuning thing. Tuning this way will really make the instrument stable. This also shows with only a few cents off. Now on this piano, where the strings have been stretching, going flat, they tend to want to go flat. Only 3 cents, and I had to turn that pin quite a bit to get to a place where it's going to be stable. This is the tuning pin that I raised the other day because it was too low. The string was too close to the plate. So notice it's taking a little more to stabilize this one. red line other than to get you close. Black is the way to go. The machine to tune these unisons right here. So I tuned the unisons by ear. I was like, this is fishy. I'm going to try and do it with the machine. And I listened to it. I was like, I think it could be better. Then I tried it by ear. And it's like, nope, can't be better. I'm going to do it by the machine. Guarantee that's the best unison that those two mismatched bass strings can come up with. What happens is the inharmonicity of one string differs from another, so you can't match it very perfectly. issue of stability, not tuning it differently. Still tuning the unisons by the machine in this area. Yeah, the trouble with these bichord bass strings is you think you're doing it better by ear sometimes, but if you really step back and listen, it's like, no, there's no ideal place. Well, there's an ideal place, but it's not as good as you want. Go by ear for the unisons here because there's 3 strings, just practicality, less mute movements. nuisance. Right here. Middle. And right. I'm going to change the setting, see if it does anything for me. I'm going to change the amount of time before the indicator freezes. I want to change it to 100, to the short one that we were doing earlier as I experimented. Okay. I'm just going to turn them all to 100 above here just for fun. See if it speeds me up at all tuning. Turn my indicator off. How did I do that? Indicator freeze. Not sure what I hit. Let's turn our partials off. Wonder if it won't let me do that short in this area or something. Let's see. All we did was change this. Let's try. I'm just going to change the rest of them to 100. Beep, 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 beep. Alright. Why doesn't it like that? I don't know. Let's go to 300. 300, just surrounding this area. There it is. Well, we'll do 300. mismatched bass strings. They're jumping around. Doesn't like these settings very well. I'm going to go to the freeze and restore to factory. And let's see. This note's just funky for it, I guess. Broke it. indicator. Responsiveness, medium. See if it'll let me go with less freeze delay again. I'm going to try and run these to 100 again, because earlier I think I really liked that actually for fun, because it's faster to tune, and it still set up the pattern where the three strings were tuned in such a way as the unisons were perfectly in, and it didn't take as much time. Okay. Now obviously, lower the string, the longer this is sustained, you need a little more delay, I guess. I'm going to try and go out of the app and back in again. Yeah, I'm not getting a display. There must be some rule that's in there keeping me from. Wait a minute. Once I hit A2, it allows me to go faster, and it shows up, but not below A2. So there must be a good reason for that. So let's try 3, and let's keep it at that. Yay, he's back. creating an attack noise. It's making it hard for the... See what happens if I restore to factory default here on the freeze. Reset. I have a feeling it's going to work better. It'll get past that initial attack noise that's probably throwing it off. I wasn't intending on tuning so many unisons with the machine, but it just feels empowering. It feels fun. I feel like it's teaching me something about hammer technique. So clean. So beautiful. Major seventh, so clean. That's an addicting sound. The cleanliness of these unisons.
Dissonant intervals will teach you a lot about how clean your unisons are. Middle here. this is making me tune louder for some reason than I normally do. Which I don't want, so I'm trying to adjust. That I'm able to skip over. I tuned the unisons previously before the video with the machine, and so they were very stable. Zero problem issues with the unisons this is producing. exciting actually more. So clean. Plug in my phone that I use to monitor the chat since it died. There we go. Okay. tricks again. See if I can get away with the 100 millisecond delay up here again. Just trying again here. And if so, it might suit me better up here. We'll see. Done. Okay, let's try it. This B flat always seems problematic to me. Tuning on with the machines or the software. And I'm not sure why. But I always want to put it about a cent lower. If someone could tell me why this range of the piano in general, in the past, tuning with AccuTuner, I've had issues with it too. It stretches it where there's a real prominent beat. Sounds smooth to me. I like to hear a faster, slower progression. But anyway, it's not a big difference. satisfied yet. Now I'm too sharp. Must be a hard area to compromise. Let's look at the tuning curve here, and we're going to look at this chart for fun. We're going to look at the octaves, and we want to look at them over here in this 6th octave where we are here. We're at right here, B flat 5, and this could be part of the issues is that, you know, everything else is kind of, if I understand right, is pretty divergent here. Let's see what we can turn on. We can turn on well, it's showing everything as far as octaves go. And is it giving us a value? No, let's see if we have some. I don't know if it's just a discrepancy aurally between the 4-2 and the 2-1 that, you know, they're both really prominent and kind of divergent from each other. Maybe that's it, but you know, right in this area, G, G sharp, A, B flat. There does seem to be some issues on tuners. Not that the tuner's wrong. It's just like there's some noise that I wish I could get rid of, some beating. Yeah, I'm still tuning really fairly close to that target. Down here we don't have as much. And then it tends to go away after C6. I would love for It's real subtle. I don't think you hear that like in a piece so much. Great job of unisons up here, despite false beats. Totally. Once those are tuned, false beats don't bother you at all. Blown away by this. coming down home stretch here. Just taking my time. Pretty impressive. Okay, big false beat. Let's look for that setting that help me with that. Let's see. No, it wasn't the threshold. It wasn't. Oh, here's a setting that I found. The minor tick marks. I added that so I can see the half cents easy. I wonder. Fast beat tolerance. Let's try very high. Wow! That is a first. Beautiful. I've never met a machine, I've never met a software that could tune these unisons so well. And very few people can do it by ear very well too. G strings, all with false beats, canceled out or whatever. Had to move the pin on this one. You may notice I'm hardly having to turn pins in wood this tuning around. If you followed the previous tunings on this piano, we're getting more stable. have to split the difference on that one. Pretty darn good. Oops. Boy, really good. Yeah, that's settling in. before. Amazing. Okay, C8. Kind of have to babysit these upper notes.
Don't quite like that yet. gonna seat the strings on that, see if it makes any difference in these beats or not. I doubt it will. Just seeing if it's seated at the bridge. There's plenty seated at the bridge. So the source of those beats is not from a wiggly bridge pattern. Oops, I keep messing up. Tune the middle string with the machine. Well, I must have been on the wrong pin, huh? I'm telling you, I never do this. Take a look at that A again. Okay, time to get my mic back on and start talking about stuff here. Yes, it is. It is time. Let's see if we can get back on the chat here. My phone up and running again. Get that started. And I'm not winding down. Kind of, but not really. Okay, so where did I put my mic? Oh, it's on me. It's hanging on me. That's where I put it. Okay, we're gonna get my lavalier mic. Okay, got audio there. Let me get back on the chat, see if anyone has anything to say based on what they're hearing, what you're seeing, things like that. You know? Let's see, what's the video doing right now? Video's doing stuff, right? We'll zoom out here. Zoom, zoom, zoom me out. Okay, so it's a lot of experimenting, a lot of tuning. You know, most people don't have the stomach for this kind of thing unless you like piano tuning, but I definitely have the stomach for it. Don't worry, picture's gonna come back here, and come on, picture. Bing, there it goes. Okay, let's see here. Okay. Let's see. Go to the stream. I just want to jump on the chat just to address anything, if anyone said anything here. It is kind of a quieter time of night, I know, for a lot of areas of the world, or quieter time. Okay. All right, Pianoscope is up and going this morning. Okay, Pianoscope. Pickup sensors are very helpful in noisy environments, like if you have to tune on a live stage or a music trade show. Besides that, the built-in mics are good enough for most tuning purposes. Yeah, and I'll tune outdoor concerts. They're piping music through the PA while people are kind of gathering in. I'll tune at intermission. People are just, it's kind of a roar. It's fine. Like, I'm okay with it by ear. It's fine when you get used to it. When tuning the high treble with a microphone, the resulting pitch can vary with mic position. This is because of false beats in these tones. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've observed that with other tuning devices or machine, right? Like this I tried to keep here. I mean, it's a big iPad, right? If I had an iPhone, I might move it around a little more with me and see, you know, if the display is a little different if I move things around. But like with the Sanderson, I'll move that around, you know, to different sides. It definitely makes a difference with this one. The iPad mic seems to be better for me than that, but still, yeah, it could help. And then it says, you know, nearby frequencies from vertical and horizontal string nodes. In this case, it helps to have the device or mic close to the string you're tuning. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So, but I like to test, you know, it's nice. It's convenient for the tuner, right? If you're not having to move your device around as much. But if it's on a phone, it's no big deal. I have yet to own an iPhone, I guess. Well, I guess I bought one for my son, and I tell him that's mine. That's not his. He's using it, and it's mine. So maybe I could do something with that. Okay. Okay, other than that, there's no other newer comments on that, which is just fine. People are hanging out. I want to make some observations. But let me tune while it's freshly tuned. Now, I've kept the temperature. It's cooler. It's in the middle of the morning, early morning, right? It's about 2 o'clock here now. So it's not so hot outside, and I've turned off the AC, so it's not turning on. So the temperature's a little more stable, and that's been nice for the tuning. Let me tell you this. What I've observed is that very, very small differences within a third of a cent, you know, yeah, within a third of a cent, 0.3 cents, is what draws attention to my ear. If I hear something, I'm like, oh, it's not quite right. It's usually just a small difference like that. Maybe as much as a cent, like in cases of like this B flat. Let's move the mic over
let's just look at this B flat.
Okay, A sharp 4 still in good. We'll call it A sharp. A sharp 4 still in good position. Can you hear that? I hear a definite, more of a pulse there. Let me check the A sharp 3 though. No, it's pretty well on. A sharp 3. Can you see the, can everyone see the display of the tuner? Let me zoom in a bit, because I'm being pretty picky with it here. Okay. It's within, it's 0 cents, 0.1 cents. This one, okay, let me put it right back up again. There it is. And of course there's some false beat there, right? And I can try different positions. I can like go to the right of the string. I know with other machines that makes a big difference if I'm on the right or the left for some reason. Oh, look at that. Now look at that. I moved it to the right, and all of a sudden it's clearly reading 2 cents sharp, and that's what I'm hearing, right? I'm just loving that I can tune the unisons, but I don't know why I'm loving it, but I am. Just loving that I can tune the unisons with the machine. I just keep testing it. See if I can. Just kind of playing around with different volumes of attack. Of course, we still hear some false stuff in there, which obviously the mic does too. That's why I was having a hard time. But now let's play it with the double octave. Yeah. Let's hear the checks here that I like to use. That sounds in tune. I would put it there by ear very comfortably. I wonder if we could come up with some type of a blanket rule where, you know, you want the machine on, you want your device on this side of the string, you know, when you're tuning the, I don't know. I'm curious. But it's definitely, it gave me a completely different reading. Did it creep sharp again, or are we just hearing
No, it's fine.
Let's see. So, oh, nothing new there. We just lost our picture. Okay, there goes the picture again. Anyway, that's interesting. Magnifique. It's so good. I'm just going to touch a couple of voicing things because I can't help it. Because sometimes people think, oh, that sounds funny, the tuning must be off, and it's not the tuning, right? It's the voicing. I'm going to listen to the mating on that one. Okay, here's a trick. The left string is high or the felt is low. I'm going to needle from a really horizontal direction under the left groove. All of a sudden the unison sounds more pure and the tone sounds better. It's puffs up the felt, right? I went a little far, but I like the sound of that. So a lot of times I'm going to be less aggressive a little bit on this one. I'm going in front of the string groove and kind of just needling under picks that up and it mates it better. And that was perfectly mated now. It's not the, in this case, it's not a hard spot that's creating those higher harmonics to be louder. It's the fact that it's not mated and it's glancing the string, and so it's exciting those partials instead of, did I just call it a harmonic? I did, partials. Really just reveling in the sound right now. Gonna touch that up. Whoops. I mean, at this point I would normally just touch it up by ear, right? But just for speed, but let's say that wasn't an option. If I could put my iPad over here, I would. So in tune, so crystal clear. Might be a voicing thing I want to address here. Sorry, my brain's a little bit. Memory. Anyway. I'm going to play some stuff. I know I am playing some stuff. I'm going to play a little more stuff. And I'm going to have a special guest come in tomorrow. First-rate pianist. He's going to do his morning practicing on this piano, I believe. You know, about an hour and a half, 2 hours. I'm not sure what time he wants to come in, so I better get some sleep before then. But while I have time with this beautiful instrument, I'm just trying to just try and milk it for all the footage and learning opportunity we have from it. Voicing wise, the piano's been very stable so far. like that sound. Up here, it'll become less squirrely over time, not much time, it won't take long, and it'll be more stable, it'll be a more pure sound over time. Just from the stability, and then also just from being, the hammers being played in well, being really well mated. Well, how's that go? Just great, it's just great. This C's just a little bit hotter. I want to just voice it down a bit. It makes it sound like I'm accenting it when I'm not. A little bit more, a little bit more. I'm going to come towards me a little bit on the string groove and try and find a hard spot. And there's a hard spot. There we go. Very cool. Very cool. Well, I'm going to get some sleep. Thanks for watching the stream. We'll see you next time.